One, you can share the screen now. Right. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so this is the slide that I'm looking at now, and then when I'm finished with it, I will go to another slide so that we will move from looking at the assessment format that CAPE history uses. The first thing I want to share is this. All right, can you see that? Can you see that? I'm going to put it on slideshow. Can you see?
Yes, I can follow. I can follow.
Right. Things to know about the CAPE history student. Because the students at sixth form are a bit different from the ones we teach from grades 1 to 5, from grade 7 to 11. Right? And even though you might have taught them in grade 9 and you teach them in grade 10, you'd be surprised to know how those same students that you knew at that level, how they differ when they get to sixth form. So,
oh yes, definitely.
Right, so we have to take into account the age that these students are by entry to sixth form, which would be from about 15 to about 17. So they might leave at 17 or 19, depending on what time they got in. And then we also have to have an understanding of their cognitive readiness, which means their stage of cognitive development. So this here now is where our knowledge of psychology and the different theories that you would have learned will come in. And it means too that teachers must always continue to do some additional reading on their own, because things will change and theories will advance. So it doesn't mean that what you learned at one point in your career, it will be the same for all time. Right? And the next thing we need to understand about our students too is their emotional intelligence. Very often we don't take that into consideration at all, because teachers tend to be very focused on the cognitive aspect of teaching. Right? Students may or may not be intrinsically motivated. Right? They might not have the ability to persevere, and they might not be in charge of their emotional state. So that has to do with emotional intelligence. I can get some additional reading for you to do if you desire, because we cannot ever assume that because our students in front of us are in sixth form, they want to be there.
Right?
Or that they will be able to rough it out and tough it out, because history becomes more demanding. Any subject for that matter becomes more demanding the higher up you go. And so, you know, they might have been able to manage it up to 11th grade. And then when they get to sixth form, they realize they can't manage it. And it's up to us to keep on motivating them, keep on encouraging them, make sure the material we present is challenging, but not to the point where they want to give up.
Right.
Right? So, and that is it. And then we always have to take their prior learning experience subjects into account. So you should know if your students have done the history before entry into sixth form, because it might pose a challenge for them if they have not. All right? So those are the things that we need to know about the CAPE history students. I just put this in here for I don't know, this is the day, long ago, when I used to teach the sixth form. Right. So these girls, this was about 1995, I think. That's a long time ago, huh? I caught them when they had just finished doing their exam. This was, I don't think, CAPE was not in it yet.
Oh, okay.
So these were the ones who did A-level history.
Oh, all right.
Right, and I taught them the into the European part of it. So this was the day of their exam, and after the exam, I got them to. If you look at their hair, you can know that they were under stress. Right. So I just put that in there. Managing the learning of history at the sixth form, just for whatever it is. All right. So, and I taught these students at third form as well. So I knew the transition that they went through from being in the middle of the school and they don't know who they are to preparing them at fourth and fifth form for their O level at the time it was. No, it was CSEC was in yes. And then they were doing advanced level history before the came in. All right.
Okay.
All right. So teaching history at the sixth form. This is just a reminder because we did this in ED 5905. Understanding the method history. You remember that course, that first course?
Right. Yes, Dr. McCallum.
Right. And so we were introduced to the whole thing about teaching history as a form of knowledge and as a body of knowledge. There's two distinct things that we need to remember about history. As a form of knowledge, it means history that is similar to other form of knowledge that have their own methods of finding out, of acquiring knowledge. It has its own procedures, that is, historians follow a set of procedures in order to find out, or they use a certain tools to construct knowledge. So any body of knowledge or any discipline that is regarded as a body of knowledge, this is what sets them apart from something that does not constitute what is referred to as a form of knowledge. Okay? So I'm sure you can relate to that because you know what the method of inquiry is for history. Here to remind me?
I'm sorry, just your last sentence, Dr. McCallum.
Here to remind me. You want to just remind me that you remember?
Remember what, Dr. McCallum?
History of the form.
It's very. You are breaking up, and it's very breezy at my place.
Okay.
But you're breaking up, sounding almost metallic.
All
I
right.
heard you say care to remind you of.
What we mean by history as a method of inquiry.
Oh, if I remember,
Yes.
it's what we talked about, the distinct methods that historians use, the challenges that they had in setting themselves out as a distinct subject area. That's what I remember. Are we talking about those car and the rest?
Yeah, it's just the point that they use primary sources and secondary sources, but the focus is on primary source. And they have to come to the primary source with a set of understanding that they would have acquired from their study of history and be training to become a professional historian. All right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
they take to the study of the sources a type of experience, a frame of reference, and a skill set that only the professional historian will have. But those are the same skill set that you want to teach our students.
Right.
Right? But they will not acquire it in the same way in a short period of time. It is something that will be built up over time. Right?
Yeah.
But if you don't set the stage for that to happen in the schools, it means the further up they go, if they manage to go further up, students will find that history is not what they thought it was. All right? So we want them to understand it in such a way that they don't get worried over changing interpretations for argument's sake. Because if they understand that historians differ in their interest and in the sources they have access to, and just in their what it is they want to find out, they might have an agenda to push, right?
Right.
So if students understand all of that, they would not be unnecessarily worried that they have read two books for the sake of an argument on the same topic, and the two books are not telling them the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then the second bullet is what they all know, because this has been the focus of the teaching of history as a body of knowledge.
Right.
Right. So the content is derived from the work of the historian themselves, but that tends to be divorced from the teaching of history in a lot of cases. And so students receive history, the content, and they don't get a chance to give any thought to the persons behind the construction of it. So by sixth form, this has to be what history teaching is about. These 2 points.
Okay.
Right. And then now we're going to be linking this. So what you did in that first course is very, very important, because you're going to realize that that course, it resonates a lot with what is presented in the CAPE history syllabus. All right?
Okay.
Right. So,
because the A-level syllabus never looked at the first point at all, Dr. McCallum?
no, not as I did it. Not the A-level that I did. They have changed substantially now. So if you were to if you were to look, and I'm challenging you to go online when you have the time and download the Cambridge A-level history for international. It's called the international syllabus. That is the syllabus that is set for other countries that still do A-level.
Okay.
And if you look at it, you will see that basically it is now an international understanding that when students are taught any discipline at all, it's not just history, they should have a sense of how the practitioners work.
Of course.
Right. So for historians, for sociology, for geography, for any of the sciences, students are expected to understand how the persons in those fields work. They are not just to be focused on gaining access to the content of the work of those people, but also to the procedures. All right? No,
right.
it was very easy for the sciences to do this, because as far as I know, students always have to be in the lab, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Right, for bio and chemistry and so on. But it was never the case where in a history class, for example, students were always exposed to primary sources and exposed to the work of the historian. So all of this is coming out, if you remember, when we looked at History in Danger by Mary Price. And we right. So that should always be stay with you. That development in England should always stay with you, because that was the starting point of the whole discussion of how history should be taught. Right?
Okay, all right then.
So this is what the syllabus now is designed for students to acquire the skills and knowledge that will extend the scope of their general education and provide a foundation for the professional study of history. So any student who comes to our sixth form, they need to understand that they should not be doing history to make up as a core of courses, because the study of history at that level is very, very serious, because there is a specific purpose to how it is designed. Right? So you can't come to sixth form to just do history as an add-on, because the syllabus itself does not provide the basis for you to take it on if you're not willing to go the length that the syllabus does.
Okay.
Right? So they must understand that it provides a foundation for the professional study of history. which means that it is assumed that any person who enters the sixth form to do history is in it for the long haul, in a sense.
Okay.
Right? So that is why the syllabus is so heavy. So and it is heavy in the sense that they are now looking in a more serious way at how historians work. So if you come and do a subject like that and you're not interested in that, you're going to find it to be very challenging.
I imagine, yeah.
Right. Okay. So what we're looking at here now is how the study of history at Cape, how it prepares you for understanding how historians work. Because in the very way that the syllabus is assessed, it provides the guidance or the guidelines or the framework for how the syllabus is to be taught. All right. So
okay.
for all the CAPE subjects, the work that the students had to do, the SBA. It was called SBA, or it is called SBA for the 10th and 11th grade. But CAPE was calling it internal assessment.
Oh, okay.
Right. But they have now decided to call everything SBA. I just want you to know that.
Oh, okay. Right.
Right. Because I don't know if it was causing some confusion. I'm not sure. But they have now decided not to call what the students do internal assessment, though it is. But they're now calling everything school-based assessment. And it is school-based assessment because the teachers are the ones who are involved in helping students, guiding students to complete this task.
Okay.
All right. So we're looking at the purpose of the internal assessment as a follow-on to what we did last week when we were looking at the demand of the CAPE syllabus in terms of the resources that it needs, the teachers need to use, in terms of the methods that teachers have to use, and in terms of the overall teaching approach, concept teaching. So this part now is looking at the assessment part. So you will see how all of this rolls into what we do hereafter. When we look at the resources, we're looking at them because we are expecting that these are used in the sixth form classroom. When we look at how you write a research paper, we're doing that because they're expected to be able to guide the students in doing their school-based assessment. All right?
Right.
So I have an extract here from the syllabus, from the statement of rationale. It says the discipline of history consists of three aspects. Its content, we know. Its organizing principles, and the organizing principles here refer to the different approaches that are taken to curriculum organization.
Okay.
And its methods of inquiry. The aim of the syllabus are identified with reference to the diverse method of historical inquiry. So it means you have to go back to the syllabus and read through again the whole rationale, the statement of rationale,
right,
to see that you are understanding what is happening here. Because you will understand it based on the course that we did, the first course that we did.
Okay.
So I'm also saying that, you know, when you take on the responsibility to teach at the sixth form level, to teach CAPE history, it is an assumption that the CXC has a right to make that persons who are going to be teaching history at sixth form understand something about the nature of history and understand something about curriculum organization in terms of how you organize content for teaching. And you will understand a little more about how history as a body of knowledge and as a form of knowledge, how it is organized, right? So the organizing principle here also refers to when we look at the second order concepts. You remember those second order concept, cause and consequences and so on? Those are the concepts that historians use in ordering their organizing and ordering their narrative. if you
Okay.
can remember, because when you're studying any particular period of history, any particular event or personality, there's always going to be this organizing framework. How am I going to approach this? Chronology is sort of embedded. It's really embedded in the process.
In the content.
Right. But there's also the whole thing about, is it cause, consequences that you're going to be using to organize your examination of this particular event. And the thing that they're going to investigate will also determine the organizing principle anyway, right? Because if you're looking at any event, you will always be looking at cause and consequences. Am I right?
Right.
Okay, so it really depends on what it is you're looking at. It will determine how it's going to be done. Okay. All right. Another thing in the syllabus is that it is held together. Am I losing you, Anita?
No, I'm there.
Okay, I heard a sound. All right, the syllabus, if you recall also, it speaks to the Caribbean in the Atlantic world.
Right.
Okay, and so this is something that teachers need to pay attention to, and also students. What I have found personally is that students tend not to, and I must say, if the students don't, perhaps it's because the teachers do not emphasize it enough, but I can't say that broadly because, you know, teachers do things and students hear another.
Right.
But the concept of the Atlantic region is important because when you look at the CAPE examination, questions that students are asked invariably want them to connect a particular event. If the event is, say, a Caribbean event, students are expected to know the consequences on the Atlantic, the other side of the Atlantic. Or if the event is on the side of the Atlantic where Europe and Africa, where they are, students are expected to know how they impacted the other side, which is in the Caribbean and the Americas.
Okay. Yes.
So, but what we have found is that students study Europe in isolation. They study the Caribbean in isolation. So if they're asked any question that, say, for example, the French Revolution, the impact on the Atlantic world, they tend to be stuck because they forget this part of the syllabus. It's the Atlantic, it's the concept of the Atlantic region, which puts the syllabus together. All right? So I put it here for emphasis. The concept of the Atlantic region is central to the syllabus because it emphasizes the geopolitical, so if we look on it, the geography of the region, how the Caribbean is tied geographically, historically, and economically, and politically to Europe, and the other way around. So they are not disconnected. All right, and other areas in the world that are not geographically linked to the Atlantic, there are other connections they have to the Caribbean and the Americas. All right, so that's what it means when it says it emphasizes the geopolitical, socio-economic relation among the societies on all the shores of the Atlantic. And by that, they're speaking of Africa with Europe, the relationship between Africa and Europe, with Africa and the Americas with Europe. All right?
Okay.
And at the same time, it does not ignore interaction with other regions. So what the syllabus is doing here is to justify how it is that it's called, you know, the Caribbean and the Atlantic world. And they're also looking at other regions like India and South Africa. All right? But because those areas, what Gandhi did impacted the whole world.
Yes, it did.
And so did Mandela, at least what was happening in South Africa. It became a worldwide interest. So this is how the syllabus emphasizes and justifies what it contains. All right, and then the syllabus goes on to say that it has been organized to enhance the in-depth study of themes that will enable students to acquire and practice the skills of the historian. The very skills that you would have learned in the course, ED HE 5905. All right, so the syllabus is organized thematically in the first instance, but there are instances where chronology will be the framework. Give me a chance to answer it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not finished with the unit 2 because my computer is giving me problems in the office. My laptop is giving me, and I can't download the thing on my office computer. When I take a break, I will do some more. Yeah, man, that's finished. I'm on unit 2. Yes. So should I thought I was to finish all of them before I did it. Yes, yeah, man. I know what to do. I know what to do. It's just like I'm in a class now. I am looking at the code, not the code. Okay, Anita. Were you able to have
Yes, I'm there, Dr. McCallum.
You have any questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have any questions?
I missed the last thing you said. I just put on my headphones. So.
Okay, I'm asking from this last slide if you have any questions.
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Okay. All right, so what I'm saying to you is that let me go back to the slide. Because of how the syllabus is organized, it is providing the opportunity for students to understand how the historians work, right? So it doesn't mean that it's a matter of the teacher just teaching from one theme to the next and giving students content. It means that throughout the syllabus and throughout the teaching of Cape history, students are to be practicing the skills of the historians, which means that they should be doing serious work with primary and secondary sources. That's what this means.
Okay.
All right. So, and saying that now, we look at how the exam has been set up. because the exam usually give a sense of what will be taught and how things will be taught.
Right.
Even though this is the case, I must say, even though this is the case, there is still evidence to suggest that there is a lot of focus more on content than skills. So these are the three components of the exam. The internal assessment that is monitored and supervised by teachers. Then for the exam itself, you have what we call document-based questions. And these are the questions that students will answer based on the practice they would have gotten in using primary sources.
Okay.
Right, and the next component is the essay, where students will now exercise the skills they should also learn, not only in how to write essays, in terms of how to organize essays, but in terms of writing at length on a particular topic, displaying the techniques that we would expect a young historian to display. All right. So again, we're not just expecting students to swat any content and to attempt to regurgitate in the exam, because what students end up doing is answering questions that were not asked.
Okay. Right.
Right. So these are the three main things, but I should not leave out the multiple choice. I don't know why I left out the multiple choice, because it's taken very seriously now. So this should include multiple choice.
Okay, the middle part, the document-based questions, has multiple choice as well?
No, the document-based question comes on the, all right.
Procedural knowledge.
Oh, let me just explain something. There are three papers.
Okay.
The exam has three papers. Paper one is the multiple choice paper.
Right.
So the multiple choice paper assess their knowledge of content, but it is able to assess knowledge that is best assessed in an objective way.
Okay.
As you're learning in the assessment course. There's a multiple choice item. They allow you to assess aspect of a curriculum that is best assessed by multiple choice. All right? And that cannot be assessed via the essay. All right? Then the paper two consists of the essay questions and the document-based questions.
Okay.
They must do one document-based question.
Okay.
And then the other two questions are essays. Right? And they're organized.
Essays.
Right. So they're organized. Remember last week when I shown you the two units, and I've noted that the units are divided into modules, module 1 and 3, where they must answer one question from each module. Right? You got that?
Yes, I have it. Yes, one from each.
They must answer one question from each module, but the document-based question, they must do a document-based question. So if they do a document-based question from module 1, they can't do an essay from module 1.
Oh, okay.
Right? So they do the other essays from module 2 and 3.
Okay.
Got that? If they did a document-based question from module 2, they can't do an essay from module 2. They have to do the essay from module 1 and 3. And that's how it is. Right? So that is paper 2. And paper 3 now is the internal assessment or the SBA.
Right.
Got that?
Yes, Dr. Mika.
Right. So it is saying to you that, to understand the syllabus, you have to understand the whole structure of it, see how it coheres, how it comes together, and how it hands out in the assessment.
Okay.
Right? Now, one of the weakest part, I don't even know if I can say the weakest part, but one of the challenges with the whole assessment of the CAPE history is with the IA or the SBA.
Oh.
Yes, it is. There's some challenge with it because in the first place, it's not. Sometimes I'm not sure if the teachers, if they don't necessarily understand that it is really what you call formative assessment, but they tend to separate it in a real way from other things that they do in the classroom. And it's like in their mind, mentally, it is a separate thing to be handled in a different way, and it is divorced from teaching.
Okay.
And so it's not integrated in the way we would like it to be integrated.
Oh.
Right. So let us look at the skills and abilities that are assessed through the internal assessment. It simply means that these skills and abilities are best assessed in this way. And when we look at alternative assessment in our next assessment class, you will see that different forms of assessment serve different purposes, right?
Right.
What you will assess with an essay, you won't assess with an objective type item, whether it is multiple choice, true, false, or any other objective type item. What is best assessed in the IA, you leave it for the IA and not use it like to try and get students to do this sort of thing in a sort of essay writing, especially on the exam situation.
Right.
Right? So if you remember when I looked in our first assessment class on the Bloom's taxonomy, the revised Bloom's taxonomy, and we saw that the newer one has at the very top of the hierarchy created.
Right.
And then below that you have evaluation or evaluating. Now these are skills that are best assessed through the internal assessment or the SBA. All right. Okay. So this, if you look at this in the syllabus, this is what you will see. It is extracted from the explanation of skills and abilities to be assessed. So this is coming from the syllabus, right? And these are the skills that students will display through the SBA. They should analyze and evaluate various historical sources, identify and use various methods of historical investigation, engage in both primary and secondary sources, and they must be able to apply historical methods, historical questions, problems, and issues. That's why I'm saying I wonder sometimes if these skills and abilities, if the students know that these are the skills that they should be demonstrating, and if the teachers remember. Because when you see how students do their IA or their SBAs, you wonder. All right? And then this is the last part where they communicate their findings in appropriate formats in a clear and logical manner. So it's on page 3. So that's the requirement that students must fulfill in doing their IA. Okay.
That is certainly a jump from the SBA at the CSEC level.
Right. That's what I'm saying to you. Remember I said to you earlier that we might be teaching the same students, but we forget that they're making a big jump, both cognitively and emotionally, from 5th form to 6th form. So it's our job as teachers to get them over that hurdle and that chasm very quickly. Right? All right. Now, this is just coming from the syllabus again. The purpose of the IA is captured in the statement of skills and abilities to be assessed, and it comes from the statement of rationale. For the objective of the syllabus to be achieved, the syllabus has to be assessed in a variety of ways. Do you understand that? When you look at the overall objective of the syllabus, you realize that the syllabus could not be assessed. There's no way you could assess students just by essay alone. Because if students are to write, you can write only so many essays and no more in an exam. Right? So, I mean, if you go into a 2-hour exam, you're fatigued by the first hour.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't go in an exam to write 4 essays. So they have 2 and a document. So what happens to the rest of the content that the student would have studied? The multiple choice takes care of that.
Okay.
What happens to the rest of the content they would have learned, but also the skills and so on? The SBA takes care of that. And so this is what the second bullet is saying. For the objective of the syllabus to be achieved, the syllabus has to be assessed in a variety of ways. Hence the multiple choice, the essay, the document-based questions in paper 2 and the IA or the SBA.
Okay.
All right. In explaining how the IA is to be conducted, the syllabus indicates that it facilitates the development of the critical skills and abilities emphasized by this key subject, which is history, and enhances the validity of the examination. Can you read that again and read that again and read that again and see if you can tell me what it means?
Okay. You pointed out earlier that it's only through the IA that we can get our students to develop those critical skills that we expect a historian, or not that we expect, that a historian separates a historian from other subject areas, or from other professionals, in other words. So in other words, we're saying that the IA is the best way to assess the development of those skills that the students should have gained in that period of time.
Absolutely. And then the other part now is important. It enhances the validity of the examination. Can you hazard a guess as to what that means? And do you know what validity means?
Not in the professional sense, just the ordinary English sense of the word.
Which is what?
When we say the exam is valid, whether...
Go on. Go on.
Okay, so whether it is authentic, whether it can be taken at face value.
All right, not so bad. One aspect of validity is to show that if you use a variety of ways of doing the same thing, you're actually saying that you're showing that, you know, you are giving students multiple opportunity to demonstrate what they know.
Okay.
All right. And so one way of validating their exam and validating what students know. So students have done a multiple choice. They have shown a certain competency.
Right.
You have to know if it is just the exam that is easy, or is that the students really know something. So when the student do the essay now and performs in a particular way, it is telling us something about the ability of the student.
Right.
So you use different ways of gaining information about one student or several students. And together, collectively, these different instruments will allow us to form some interpretation or come to some conclusion about what the students know and what they don't know. All right?
Okay, all right then.
That is what it means by the IA in particular validates the exam, because the exam CXC is using multiple sources of information to draw conclusion about a student. So,
okay, and therefore it's more valid.
Right. So when the student comes away from the exam with an A, the A did not come from a one-shot essay. It came from a multiple choice. It came from the IA. It came from doing the essay. It came from doing the document. You follow?
Right.
So there's different things that the students perform on, or that what it is they know. All right, and this will become clearer as we do the whole thing about validity and reliability.
Okay.
All right, but for now, you get the picture.
Yes, I do, Doctor.
All right, good. All right, now this part I am going to leave out because I'm not sure we need to do this right now. What I'm doing here is just to use research to show or to explain a bit more why doing the IA is so important and why teachers need to understand the whole philosophy behind it. Because in a sense, it is the view of many that, you know, the classroom teacher might not necessarily understand the theory behind formative assessment, because that is what it is. And so the IA is not done in the way that it should be, as a formative assessment, where you get it, you use it really to help students improve their learning. So when students submit their draft, I mean, within reason, if they get it back, for them to be able to make improvement and for you to look at it, this is how you can see, you know, the improvements taking place. If the draft is not collected early, and if it's given in too late for the teacher to give meaningful feedback, the whole formative procedure is compromised. And we know that sometimes the formative nature of this assessment, it can be on the part of the teacher as well as on the part of the student why it doesn't happen. Right? Because we hear that students don't give in any draft at all.
Right.
And they give in the last minute and stuff like that. So there's a lot of things out there that we hear.
Right, that's true.
Yeah. And you can relate to that.
Oh, yes. Because that's my problem with the IA. Dr. McCallum, as a teacher, sometimes I wonder whether it is achieving what it is supposed or designed to. Because I teach principles of business as well. And I was working with a weak student, and she'd been working on a particular school-based assessment. And in the final minute, she comes with a totally new one that I knew she hadn't done herself, but I could not prove that she hadn't done it. And she scored in the 30s out of 40, you know, and I knew it was not her work, but there was nothing I could do about it.
All right, but the school has not, I think it seems to me that the schools have to develop a policy with respect to internal assessment or school-related assessment or assessment that are related to the external examination. By policy, I mean, is there a schedule that parents have, that students have to know that first draft must be submitted by this day, second draft by this day? And that has to happen. It has to be a whole school approach.
Oh, yes, we do that, you know, Dr. McCallum. So this is a child who submitted her first and her second draft But when she submitted her final draft, it was different from her first. It was a totally new project.
Oh.
And how do you prove that that was not the child's work? I knew it was not the child's work.
Oh, but
and how do you prove that?
Okay, but you weren't seeing any connection between the first two and this last one.
No, it was a totally different project, a totally different business idea, which is what they come up with for principles of business.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
So how do you get around that cheating that takes place in that type of assessment?
I see them making a lot of suggestions in the paper in Jamaica. Not sure. I've seen persons making a whole lot of suggestions that maybe the last part should be done at school under supervision and whole lot of stuff. But I know persons are trying to beat the cheating. But
yeah,
if some of the suggestions are taken on board, it means it won't be formative anymore.
Yes, exactly.
It won't be formative anymore. So I don't know. But what I'm saying here is that these are some points that relate to the philosophy behind internal assessment, research on classroom assessment that sort of guide the teacher to say, if assessment is done in this particular way, it can be beneficial to both students and teachers alike.
All right.
So I will let you have this information on classroom assessment. So I'm saying here at the last point, assessment needs to be incorporated systematically into teaching strategies and practices at all levels. So for every class you teach, assessment is going on, whether you believe it or not. When you ask students questions, you're assessing what they know.
Oh, yes.
And you're assessing what they understand. When you read a student's body language and you ask a question in relation to that, you're doing some form of informal assessment.
Definitely.
When you go into the class at the beginning of instruction and you ask what they remember from the last class, or you ask them what do they know in relation to a concept you're going to teach, you're doing some form of assessment there.
Right.
All right, so it is integral, and the literature says because teachers are engaged in informal assessment just every minute of their lesson, they tend not to take it seriously, and they actually take it for granted.
Sure.
But teachers assess all the time. So it doesn't mean that if you're not marking or putting a grade on a paper, you're not assessing. What the assessment researchers would like, or the assessment practitioners would like, is if teachers would make the informal more formal.
Okay.
And to pay attention to what they do with students so that students' progress can be monitored and learning can be enhanced. Because if you pay attention to formative assessment, it's going to pay out in the long run in the summative assessment, which is you do at the end of instruction or the end of the semester or the end of the term or the end of a unit of instruction. Right? Okay. So I will just move from that to see if I can jump to the next thing that I want to do. Okay. Okay, let us look at this and then we move to slide 34.
Okay.
These are some of the inbuilt features and demands of the SBA. So I'm going to give you a chance to read them.
Okay.
Just look at it. Just need 2 minutes. Yeah, we just want a sound bite for our presentation. Yeah, I think she's reading this. Let me give her something to read it. You're finished, Anita?
Yes, I am, Dr. McCallum.
Any question?
No, no.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you to read a slide for me. I have to do something for 2 minutes. So
Okay.
let's look at this while I do that. Where is it? Okay. Okay. What we're going to now is to look at the internal assessment and what is it that teachers need to do with students in preparing them for it. So
Okay.
I want you to have a look at this, and then I come and change the slide while I do what I'm going to do right now.
All right then.
But it's speaking to, do you have the syllabus in front of you?
No, but I can get it. I will pull it up.
You do that. There are 2 things that needs to be done in doing the internal assessment or the SBA. Students have to do a research proposal, but they're to be guided by the teacher.
Right.
Then they're to use the proposal as a basis for writing the research paper. All right, and then we look at the different components of our proposal. Anita? Anita?
Yes, Dr. McCallum.
I am going into the next room just to do something with 2 librarians. So if you finish reading the slide, could you just look at, did you get the other thing that I sent you? Did it come up?
It did not open.
It didn't open. Okay, but what you could do is just look at the syllabus in the meantime.
Yes, and you mean the section on the internal assessment?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we'll do that.
All right. Okay, Anita. Okay. We're moving on now. Are you ready?
Not quite, Dr. McCallum. Still struggling with the syllabus.
Okay.
The internet is a little it's unstable on this side.
Okay. Well, we can look at these points then. Is it affecting you seeing what I have on the screen?
Yes, I am seeing let me okay, first second research topics. Okay, yes, I'm through with the screen, Dr. McCallum.
All right. What I have now is some general points about research. Right? Now, I've always recommended to teachers, you know, when they get their students in the sixth form and they're doing their initial welcoming and orientation and the first set of classes, there's not much time for honeymoon in the sixth form, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
Right, because as you get in September, you're facing CXCK by about May. So I believe the best thing to do is to get students to understand the demand of the syllabus first before you begin to teach any content. And then students get a lesson in historical research so that it will ground their movement thereafter. So this is what teachers should be doing in getting students to understand how they're going to be selecting their research topic from the syllabus. Is to start out with a general area. So I envision a classroom where the teacher has his or her syllabus with her. And the students also have their syllabuses. Right? And the teacher ranges through the syllabus with the student, going through the units. Well, it's one unit per year anyway. Going through the modules, getting students to look at the modules, getting students to identify from the outset, because there's some topics that they will be familiar with. What area in this syllabus strike you as important or as interesting? So the student would have a topic that they're going to be zeroing on from even before the teacher gets to the topic. But if the teacher teaches in a way where, as I said last time, that you need to teach a student how to do concept teaching and all of that. If the teacher do all of those things, get students to understand when you begin to read upon a topic, look for the keywords, take them out and do a glossary and do all those initial preparations. You can't go wrong, right? So you scan the syllabus, identify a general area that is related to your area of expertise, that is of interest to you, and select it, right? Now, the point that is made here is that when a researcher's personal experience and concern often lead to useful and personally rewarding studies, if students select an area that they're not interested in, they are not going to do very well at it, and it's going to become burdensome.
Of course.
Right? So they first of all select a general area, and then the teacher guides them through the process of narrowing that into a more narrowed and a more focused topic, right? We see some things, that students do, and we know that this is not done. And I will hasten to say, when teachers will say, and I'm a teacher, I'm not separating myself, I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher at a different level, but I'm a teacher. But when a teacher might say, there's no time for this, I have a little problem with that, because teaching is what we do. And if there's anything to do with teaching, we really should have the time for it. Okay? What happens though is that there are other things that creeps into our work. Other administrative type things that creep in, that really pose a challenge for us to feel that we have the space to think and to plan and to do what it is we are called, which is to teach. So this sort of thing doesn't happen, because teachers say, no, I'm not time, and that the semester soon finish, and they have to get on with the teaching. Or to say the teacher gets on with the teaching and the student not learning anything. All right. Now, the other thing now that students need to understand is what is meant by the statement of the problem.
Okay.
Right? Students tend to problematize the word problem. And the problem preventing them from going very far, because they have not been able to get a grasp of the word problem.
Right, that's true.
They understand it in a general, everyday sense.
Yeah, negative.
Right, so they don't understand it as a research term. And I find that it takes a while for them to get over that hurdle of, what do you mean by problem? It's almost like trouble. It is something negative. It is something burdensome when you ask them to write the statement of the problem. Right? The problem they should understand to be an issue or something that has posed a challenge. It's problematic that they would like to investigate. Right? But this is more general to research than historical research. Right? Because the difference between historical research and other type of research is that historians use data that already exists, whereas other researchers have to actually create their own data. Like when you do your interviews, you're creating your own data.
Right.
You're doing your observation. Historians are making use of things which are already there. Okay? Another thing is that you don't just come up with a statement. I am interested in looking at why Napoleon was so successful in Europe until 1815. That might be the problem. Just say that you're looking at Napoleon's career from 1799 to 1815.
Okay.
But that is just a very, that's a statement that has no context. So we want to know the context. And this is what we're saying here. The statement of the problem should be accompanied by a presentation of the background. What is it about Napoleon that makes you want to study him? Right? Okay. So that's the thing that our students tend not to get. And then you have to say why it is you want to study him. What is the justification for studying him? They will come up with justification that makes no sense and that are not convincing. I would like to know how it is that this little man was able to do all of what he did for so long. Right? There has to be something to Napoleon the man. So the presentation of the background will give you that information. And then the significance of it is that for a while, all Europe could speak about was Napoleon.
Yes.
Right? So this is the thing that our students need to understand when they're looking at a historical problem, when they're given the background to the problem, and when they're asked to speak about its significance. Right? So that is just one example that I've used there about how we guide students in identifying the statement of the problem. Now, another component of the research is the review of the literature. Right? But notice this is research in general, not necessarily the historical research.
Okay.
Because in educational research, you will have a section called, or a chapter called the review of the literature. You won't necessarily find that in a historical research. What you will find is the different headings relating to the topic that you are investigating. You understanding that?
Okay, yes.
And so what is called the review of the literature in educational research or any other type of research. That literature is what the historians will have to go to in any event. But they are evaluating the literature and they're making use of it not only for content, but they're also trying to establish its authenticity, and not even that so much, but they're trying to establish its internal consistency. They're using it to corroborate other sources and so on. And so that work that the historian do is a work of evaluating and criticizing the literature that exists, and from that they come up with what it is they're going to be taking from it, and they form in that process the various themes that they will be focusing on, and they will invariably use those themes as their subheadings in their paper, right? So we want the students to understand when they're doing historical research, they have to go to the sources, but not just the secondary sources. They must go to the primary sources and use those, not just for information and value, but to look at how the sources cohere. Are they saying the same thing? What is it they're saying differently? And that is what we want our students to be able to write in that way, to show ideas and views which are common and to show where there are variation. And that is like they're acting as a referee with the sources, balancing them, getting a sense of what they're saying and reporting that in a way to say that, you know, if these two sources or these three sources are saying this, chances are we can accept the information as truthful, or, you know, even if we don't say truthful, but we want to believe it now.
Okay.
Right? But when you only come across one source saying one thing, you want to report it, but you're not going to report it as if to say it is gospel, because you've not found anything to confirm it.
Right.
Right? So we are teaching our students in that sense, not only how to make use of the sources, but how to corroborate the sources and the language they use, the reporting verbs that they will need to use to say things like similarly, unlike, and those things, which will show the reader that they know how to work with similar points of view or different points of view. So that is what will be happening there. All right?
Okay.
These are other things now about the research. So you have to pay attention to this, because this is given to you up front what you will be doing for your research paper. Right?
Okay.
Now, quoting passages from the literature and citing the words or ideas of others is important. But more important is what you say yourself. So when you're giving away your voice, when you just quote and quote and quote, right? So the point from leading here is to present your own discussion. Say what these people have to say, but give your take on it. Paraphrase. Use short, direct quotation, but you use long quotation as a last resort. Sometimes we find a long quotation that you can't cut short. It captures so well what it is we want to say. And when you're going to use a long quotation, it's sometimes you will see it in other things you read, that it is normally prefaced with a reason for quoting this long. they will say this quote or this point is so important that it is quoted in full. Something
Okay.
like that, right? Alright? Alright. Now, these are the features of a good research topic. So this will be like now when you're selecting your topic or problem, and and I'm saying this as I say this, I must keep on saying, in guiding students. Because students will come up with some fancy topic that will take forever to do. Right? So we have to bring them back to reality, bring them back down to earth, and say, this topic has to be done in 2 months or less. And you're in high school still, you're not yet a professional researcher, so you can't go there. All right, so we need to help them. That is our purpose, to guide them, right? So a good research topic is researchable. Because, you know, students take something and you don't know where they're going to find the information. It has theoretical or practical significance.
Okay.
And its solution should contribute in some way to improvement. But this is if it is an educational research. If we're talking about historical research now, we know that it might not bring up a new interpretation, but it might be a new take on things, and, you know, we want our students to get a chance to develop their own ideas, to develop their own thesis, and to argue for the thesis, even though we know what the issue is already because it's out there. But we want to see what they do when they get primary sources, how they work with the primary sources to come up. You remember that activity you did in the course where I asked you to read those 3 accounts?
Yeah, the captains on the slave ship.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. Because students will tend to plagiarize at length when they use the secondary source.
Oh, yes.
If you give them the primary source, if you get them to practice to use primary source, what they're doing is to come up with their own take on the issue, right? And you will see that students might tend to be influenced by what they know already. So I think in your own assignment, you had written something about the captain. You seemed a bit apprehensive in believing that any captain could treat slaves so well.
Yeah.
Because we are used to the other version.
True.
You understand? So is this sort of thing we want to see how students grapple with it. We want to see how they deal with things that does not stand up to the prior knowledge that they have. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So this is historical research that I would like you to have a look at. We're going to take a half-an-hour break shortly, Anita.
Okay, doctor.
So you can do what you wish in that time. I'm going to be in here, but I want you to use it because after this, I am moving to look at now how you teach a topic based on the different resources. All right?
Okay. Interesting.
Right.
We're taking the break right now, Dr. McCallum?
So when we're finished with this part,
oh, okay.
Because I want to finish with the whole thing, with the CAPE syllabus and the research that it involves and the research that you will have to do. This is the upfront part of the thing. I thought I made a slight change so that you will know from the outset how to go about doing your assignment by getting this information, and then you might be able to use the syllabus to sort of look at the topic that you might want to do, and then we discuss it.
Okay.
All right. So when we're finished with this, we're really finished in looking at the syllabus itself in terms of how it is assessed and its rationale and the type of resources that teachers are expected to use. So then I go now into looking at the resources themselves. Got that?
Yes, Dr. McCallum.
So that the document I sent to you will look at some of the resources, the newspaper, the journal, and so on. And then we look at the political cartoon and the historical novel. But all of those won't be done today, but I'm just giving an idea of how it is going so you can see how the course syllabus is working. So if you look at the course syllabus, you will see that we're actually doing topic 2.
The bus?
Oh, the course syllabus, not the CAPE syllabus, the course syllabus.
Oh, okay.
So topic 1 was the CAPE history syllabus and what it demanded of the teacher.
Right.
And the topic 2 now is doing historical research. Because this is linked to the syllabus, to the CAPE syllabus itself.
Right, okay.
And then when we go into looking at the other topics now relating to the source, we're actually now looking in more detail at bullet number 3 on the topic number 1, because we're now looking at that aspect of the syllabus that speaks to the different type of instructional resources.
Okay.
Have you read through the definition?
What's the question, Dr. McCallum?
Have you read through that definition that is on?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and is there any question in relation to it?
No, I understand.
And it's just to give you an a perspective from 2 or more authors.
Yes, I'm through that definition too.
All right. Now, this is saying that typically histories focus on particular individuals, important social issues, and links between the old and the new. Some historical research is aimed at reinterpreting prior historical work and is often termed revisionist history because it attempts to revise existing understanding and replace them with new, often politically charged ones. This is actually speaking to the whole business of historical interpretation.
Okay.
So I'm hoping you see the link between this course and understanding the process of historical inquiry.
Yes, definitely.
Of course, it gives you the background to moving right ahead into applying those concepts and ideas that you learn in a more realistic way or in a more practical way, because we're actually putting them into practice in this course, where we have to get students to work with sources, look at different interpretation, and to say why are these interpretations different. It's because, as this slide is saying, some of them are called revisionists. Are you familiar with Douglas Hall's article, Flight from the Estate Reconsidered?
It doesn't sound familiar, but can I hear the name again?
Flight from the Estates Reconsidered.
Okay, I'm not hearing you clearly. I'm not hearing the first word clearly, but I will.
Okay. All right. Let me come off this so I can write it in the chat. If I can see the chat. Oh, I'm not seeing it now. Where is the chat, Anita? Okay, I found
At the bottom, yes.
I found it. Okay, I'm going to write the name of it. It's an article. I can't remember the name of the journal, but I'm not sure too if it's in that big book, Caribbean slavery or something.
Who's the author?
Vereen Shepherd and Hilary Beckles.
Oh, okay.
Slave and what is it? Caribbean.
In the Atlantic world.
Right. You could check to see if this article is in there.
I will check, and I'll check online as well.
Right. It's called Flight from the Estates Reconsidered.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Flight from the Estates Reconsidered.
And this is a revisionist article.
Okay.
And it is revisionist because Douglas Hall, in his book, I don't know if you know his other book, Free Jamaica.
No, Free Jamaica.
Never heard of it?
No, Dr. McCallum.
Have you ever heard of Five of the Leewards?
I'm not hearing what you're saying. I didn't hear that last sentence.
Okay, I'm putting it in the chat. Five of the Leewards.
Yes, I've heard of that one.
Okay, it's the same author. Now, in his book Free Jamaica, he wrote basically that the ex-slaves, they left the estate because they were so joyful at being free, and they wanted to remove from all memories of slavery. And that is why they left. That was his main thesis in that book, Free Jamaica.
Okay.
In Flight from the Estate, you notice the word reconsider. He revisited his earlier interpretation.
Okay.
And he was now putting forward another perspective. He was now of the view that the ex-slaves did not leave really voluntarily and in a haste because of the association they lived the estate with slavery, or they didn't because of the memories of slavery. They left because of the policies of the planters.
Oh.
Right? And those policies where the planters were now charging rent mixing up rent with wages, making all demands on them. Planters did not want to employ them if they didn't work with them, and so many other things. And those were the reasons why the ex-slaves left the droves.
He had come across some other primary sources to make him change his mind, Dr. McCallum.
It could be that, but it could also be a reconsideration of the sources.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's true.
Right, so notice the word reconsider, because very often, historians might themselves have their own biases.
True.
Right? And they will be willing to just say things as they appear. But if you reconsider and you revisit the same sources, you might be seeing a different story. All right? It is the same thing for what we have as initially women's history and then gender history. It is the same sources that were used to write traditional history, that historians have used to write their history that is more gender balanced. Which means they were not paying any attention to the data that they could have found in those very traditional sources. They were
Okay.
only looking at what men did. And so they ignored anything they came across that had women, they just did not use it. So that's it. That's the thing. That is the thing that is very prominent with gender history or women's history as it was before. They found that when you visited the same sources, you were finding data on women that traditional male historians did not make use of in their earlier writings. So it's not that they found new sources.
Oh, okay. Just to
They did find newer types of sources that traditional historians didn't use, like they didn't believe in sources that were personal, like diaries and journals and so on. And they didn't pay attention to oral sources, or they did not. Oral sources was on the back shelf for quite a while, right?
Okay.
It was felt that if you weren't using documents in an archive, you weren't doing history. Right. And you can take that back to the document you had gotten on the history of history.
Right.
All right. So that's it. So let me look to see where I am with this. I want you to look at this. The nature of historical research. And then I'm going to stop there. No, I'm going to, let me see. Oh, I'm going to stop at the nature of historical research. We pick up at the proposal because I want us to get that out of the way and then go on to the next thing. So I'm just going to change the slides for you to look at them, and then we'll break for half an hour because I have something that I would like to get done.
Okay.
And you might go to eat, I suppose.
Yes, I will do that. Okay.
Anita, you tell me when you're finished with the slide.
Almost did that one.
Okay.
I'm through with that one, Dr. McCallum.
All right.
I'm through with that one, Dr. McCallum.
Okay. Finish with that, Anita? Anita?
Yes, Dr. McCallum. Yes, I'm.
Okay. All right. I think, okay, so this is where we are. After this one, we'll take the break. This is the
Okay.
where I want us to get to. So after this, you take the break, okay?
Okay then, Dr.
So in half an hour's time.
Dr. McCallum, could we go back one slide again, please?
Okay. Come in, Anita. That one? Is that it?
Okay, yes, Dr. McCallum, that's it.
Okay, good.
So,
Pardon?
we're taking a break now, Dr. McCallum?
Yes.
Okay then, 30 minutes time then.
Yes. I'm still in the room.
Right.
So when you come, you can just let me know.
I will. All right then, thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
don't know when I read off. Wait until I know, I know, I know.
Hello, Dr. McCallum.
Yes, Anita.
I'm back. Ready when you are.
Okay. Okay. Let me start proposal. Okay, these are the steps now in doing the research in point form.
Okay. Dr. McCallum, I'm not seeing the bottom of the slide.
You're not seeing the five. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From what point
Right.
are you seeing? Fifth one.
So the last sentence I'm seeing is skills and sources of source criticism.
Right, and the last point is external and internal criticism.
Oh, okay. That's the part I'm not seeing.
Yes.
Okay.
And we would have done the, point number 5 in the other course, where we look, if you can recall, where we look at, source criticism, external, internal. That is a part of the process of making a primary source into evidence. Once you make use of a source, it becomes evidence.
Okay.
These are the 2 last steps.
The second point, Dr. McCallum says, produce a verbal synthesis.
Yes, of the findings or interpretation. Verbal means written here.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you're finished with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. We did this already. Did I give a definition of the research proposal, or was it just a statement?
No, not the proposal, Dr. McCallum.
All right, so this is the definition now. We've seen the steps. Remember I said the proposal is the sort of the first stage of the whole process, because
Right.
the research proposal is to help us to understand if our students are on the right path, right? So it's a formal study of statement of what will be studied, what will be done, and the justification of why is it we're doing this. So we're not able to justify it. Maybe we should stop to think on whether or not we should proceed. Is there anything about that that we need to query?
No, it's pretty clear, Dr. McCallum.
Okay, good. Finish now?
Dr. McCallum,
Yes, Anita.
the other history student, Danielle, she just called. She said she was having trouble. She has not been able to get into any Zoom class as well. Remember I told you we had problems during the summer getting into any class.
Okay.
Right, so she says to please convey her apologies, and she was saying that she's supposed to be in today's class.
Okay, but why doesn't she come into well, we're in Jamaica here, but she could come into the class.
Yes, so she's going to send her email address, and I'm going to send it to you so that you can make contact with her if you need to send her any information.
She needs to come into the class physically.
Okay.
She's here. All right. That's what, you're finished with this slide?
Yes, I am.
All right. And there are no questions?
No questions. Straightforward.
All right. These are the components of a research proposal. So I am going to finish over the weekend. I will have to try and get all the things together to send to you, your assignments and so on.
Okay.
When you look at the last assignment, this is what you will be following.
Okay, you mean this slide there, the components? Okay.
Right, because for the last assignment, which is the 50%, you have to select a topic from the syllabus to do your research, your historical research. I usually get my students to do topics from Unit 2 because they can be more familiar with topics in Unit 1. Topics in Unit 1, they're usually Caribbean history.
Okay.
So the topic in Unit 2 are like World War I and II, the French Revolution, the American Revolution.
Okay.
So those are the topics. So what you can do is to begin to look in the syllabus at the unit and decide. It also has Gandhi and Mandela, right? So you can begin to look to see which of those topics you would want to do, and following the information that you had on the previous slides with how you map out a general area, then you narrow it and so on. And so what you can do is to begin, when you begin to do that, you can email me with your ideas and I will help you to map it out in very much the same way you would be doing with your students. At the Cape level, all right? So the component of the research proposal now will give us a sense of whether or not the area or the topic that you wish to do is researchable. So you're going to state the topic, must be researchable, and it must be manageable, and it must be of interest. Then you give a brief overview of the topic. Now this usually don't even have to take up one page. A brief overview means you would read like one or two sources. Usually, depending on the topic, you try to find the person who is regarded as authority on the subject. And you have a look at what they have to say and see if that can help you to come up with your background. So that is what the brief overview does. It gives you an idea of what it is you want to do and a bit of the context. And the next aspect now will be the purpose. What would be the purpose of the research? The purpose of the research, if you're doing Gandhi, for example, is to examine Gandhi's time in South Africa and how that shaped his philosophy. This is just a thing out of the top of my head. But
Right.
basically, this is how you would state your purpose. So you identify what it is you're going to do, and then the purpose will eventually help you to formulate your thesis.
Right.
You can't form a thesis until you have done some reading to know what is the state of knowledge and research and debate on the particular topic. And then know
Okay.
when you formulate the research questions, the questions are what will help to guide what it is you're going to be doing. So if going back on the Gandhi thing, so the Gandhi thing purpose is to examine Gandhi's time in South Africa and how it shaped his activities when he returned to India. The statement of the thesis off the top of my head now could be Gandhi's experience in India, in South Africa had a significant influence on his views of how to resist oppression or something like that. Because
Okay.
what he learned and experienced in South Africa, you could see it manifesting itself in his activities in India.
Okay.
So that is how your thesis is really informed by the reading. Because if you formulate a thesis off the top of your head, you might find that you'll have to reshape it. And nothing is wrong with that anyway. Because
Right.
your thesis is really a tentative statement which you can modify as you do more work.
Right.
And then the research question now is just to come up with these questions based again on your reading, which will guide you so that you don't go off track and you stay focused. All right, so these are the components of a research proposal. All right, so this is a review now of the historical research process. I will just allow you to go through this. This is a review, the historical research process.
Okay.
Okay, let me just read through them and you tell me if we're on the right, if we're on the same page in terms of understanding. So you begin the research process by identifying a research issue, problem, or question. Right?
You're breaking up a lot, Dr. McCallum. I don't know why.
Okay, because I've turned my back to the street, to the computer.
Oh, okay.
And I'm looking directly at the screen.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'm back in front of the computer now. So I'm just going through the points just to make sure that we're very clear. And you know that you don't have to wait now to begin this process, even as you have other assignments to do in between. But this is bigger, and you'll find that it takes a little while. So identify a research issue or a problem or a question. You carry out a preliminary literature search. Now, no, the literature search is different from the literature review. Right? The literature search is where you begin, based on the topic you have selected, you just start to do a general looking around, looking on databases, looking in your library, or using Google search or Google Scholar to sort of see what is available on the topic. Right? You want to find a source or two that will give you a good comprehensive understanding of the topic itself. And then you're going to look now to see if you can use those same sources to identify primary sources that you can use. The focus should be on using some serious primary sources from which you can construct a part of your narrative so that you will find yourself engaged in genuine research rather than using second-hand information. Right? Then you narrow the focus on the research, and this is where you will begin to identify the question, the research question. Remember that this can be changed because sometimes you might change the question as you understand the work, and as you are involved and engaged in doing the actual work, you might find that the questions can be written a little tighter or a little better or whatever. Okay? You can begin with a statement that you can revise later on just to show how your ideas have developed. So you might begin to say at the outset of this research, my thesis was that so and so was so and so. And as the process evolves, you will find the thesis and you can show what you have refined it to. And I'm sure if you can recall reading any article in any edited history text, you might find that the writer, the thesis that they had at the beginning is slightly reworded by they get to the conclusion. And that's okay. Okay, right? So, because the idea too is to present research as naturally as it is. Sometimes the historians or any other researcher for that matter, they tidy up the work in such a way that persons who are reading, novice researchers, don't get a sense of the process based on the finished product. And that is why sometimes they believe that research is hard, because and only some people can do research. They don't have an idea of how many drafts this person might have written.
Exactly.
What the floor might have looked like by the time they're finished throwing away in the basket, and what is the basket, and what is the floor. That is a process that we would like sometimes to capture in the actual work, right? So that's what I'm saying. And then you formulate your thesis statement, you develop your arguments, but your arguments must be seen to be related to the evidence. And the evidence is what you would have gotten from the sources, right?
Okay.
So remember now, you will have to revisit your EDH 5905 notes, right? Because we said in that course that evidence is not something you can touch.
Right.
The source is what you touch. The source is the tangible thing. But the evidence is what you get from it, that information that you pull from it, that you will make into something that can be used to defend an argument that you're going to be presenting. And then you present your conclusion. Okay? So, and the conclusion now must reflect all of what you have discussed in the body of the work. So you're not going to come up with any new ideas.
Right.
All right? That's not going to help the process. Okay, so I think I'm finished right there. The other things on the slide that I could, let me see. And this is the criteria in the same way that the point that I showed you earlier in relation to what you need to do. Those are the same things that will be used to assess it, the work. You understand?
No, can you repeat that, please, Dr. McConnell?
The previous slide where we looked at the different stages and steps, we reviewed the steps in the research process. Those are the same steps that are used to align how the thing is assessed, or how the criteria. There you have it, the criteria for assessing the historical research, or the internal assessment as it is called. So it's on the same lines that you will be graded. So how you identify the topic relevant to the syllabus and the thesis, it relates to the assessment, and a grade is assigned. You will find this in the middle, I think, of the syllabus, of the case syllabus.
Okay.
Right? So you'll see how it lines up with the research process. Then a grade is given for how the primary and secondary sources are evaluated, critically evaluated. Very often, students only use a primary source for information, and we don't see them comparing them and using the verbs that you use normally when you're reporting information, to show that the sources are either saying the same thing, or they're saying different things, or whatever, right? And you have to look at the internal consistency of the sources. Are they saying the same thing throughout? Because then you will have to begin to question who created this source, when was it created, was it created at the time of the event, or sometime afterwards? Because very often our own views of what should have happened creeps into our recording and reporting of an event. Got that? It's something that's it's called feedback, especially in oral history, where people are reporting their involvement or their eyewitnesses account of an event. And very often, something that they wished would have happened creeps into their recollection. It never happened, but it becomes a part. Yes. So this is something that is very important for us to look out. Look out for people's impression and a part of their nostalgia that will come into the reporting of it, right? And then now the topic must be placed in its historical setting and wider historical context. That means you need to ground the topic in the place where it happened, and in relation to the events that were happening at the time that could have led to that event. So an example I can use of a historical setting and a historical context. If you think of any event in history, like a revolt or a war or a revolution, the historical setting will be the immediate environment within which the first act or the first event took place. So if you're on the historical setting of World War I, the setting would be Serbia. Not it's Serbia, right, where the Archduke was assassinated.
Okay.
Right? The very place, that is the setting. The context is wider. So the context would be Europe. It could be that area of Europe where those states are. Austria, Hungary, Serbia, Russia, those states in eastern, Western Europe, but Russia is part Europe, part Asia.
Right.
So that's what we mean. And the context would also include not just a physical place, but what were the events going on at the time that made this particular event possible.
Right.
All right, so that's what we mean by the setting and the context. And then now you are graded for how your arguments are used to sustain the thesis. So you can't have a thesis that says the Archduke was assassinated because he infuriated the Serbs. And you're going on and you're bringing other evidence and other argument that has nothing to do with that thesis. So basically, when you formulate a thesis, the body of the research must be built up around the thesis.
Right.
Right? And then other areas that are graded include synthesis, how the paper is brought together in a logical way, how it is communicated, the whole thing about writing and writing style and so on, and the approach taken, communication of the information in a particular way, using correct grammar and so on. So a research paper has to be graded on a range of criteria. Criteria to do with writing style, criteria to do with the logic, the internal logic of the paper. You know, do you write in a progressive developmental way or you're just everywhere and anywhere? All right, so organization is important. And the convention of the discipline, which means what is the style for crediting sources in history. It's the MLA that is used. All right, whereas in education we use APA. In history it is MLA. But
I'm sorry, I didn't. In history, it is what, Dr. Allen?
MLA.
M as in
M in mango.
Okay.
Modern Languages Association. I think that's what it is.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So their manual of how to cite references and how to format your paper, the whole work.
Okay.
So that is what you would use for this assignment.
All right then.
Right? Whereas for other assignment in education, you'll be using the APA.
Right.
Right. So that's the criteria there for assessing the thing, and you will see it coming back at you. Now, this is just a diagram to bring together. This is in the syllabus. It speaks about the historian. I think in the rationale, at the bottom of the page, on the rationale, it speaks about the type of work the historian does. The historian raise questions because the historian can't begin any work until they raise questions. They identify problems, they gather evidence, they collate and interpret, and they make informed judgment. That is their interpretation. So I'm going to allow you to have a look at that and to just ask any questions.
Okay.
And then now we take a little break because we're going to go now. We're going to move from this and go to looking at a lesson. What I do, I use a lesson and illustration of how you select any particular resources to use based on the nature of the content. All right?
Yes, Dr. McCallum.
Are you copying this diagram, Anita?
Yes, Dr. McCallum, I have.
Okay. And does it make
Oh,
sense?
I sent you.
What
Yes, it does. It follows from what we had done earlier.
right, and it is in. If you look at the rationale, you will see that it's just a graphic of the rationale that is in the syllabus. Just give me a minute there.
Sure.
Hello. Hello. What were you saying, Anita?
Danielle, I sent her email address in the chat to you, Dr. McCallum.
All right, I'll do that when I come on the slides.
Okay then.
All right. Okay, so I'm going to go to the next topic now. Any question?
No, not yet, Dr. McCallum.
Okay, what I would like you to do is to look at the syllabus, our syllabus for this course.
Okay.
I want you to be able to see what it is we're doing.
Right.
So look at topic number 1.
Okay.
All right. Notice that we started off, because I remember I said to you that this course is really about the CAPE syllabus, right? So we started off by looking at the syllabus and what it demands of teachers. And what we have done is an overview of instructional methods and aids. So we've just mentioned from those slides that you're to get still some of the methods that are used to teach history. And these are methods that you should have come across in the teaching history course that you've done with Mrs. Francis. We defined instructional resources, and we looked only at the different types. We didn't go into any detail. This is what we're going to be doing now, right? But before that, we looked at topic number 2, which is doing historical research, which is on page 5. Oh, you see? But the basic thing I want you to understand is that we have basically covered the syllabus in terms of what is contained in it. The content, we have not looked at the content because that will come up as we select the different topics to do for the research paper that you will do, and for the from the activity that you will do where you're going to teach a topic using a particular resource. Right? Remember I said to you that we can look at all the topics, but the idea is when you learn to do one, you should be able to do others. Right?
Okay. Okay.
Right. So the document I sent you now, earlier on, it gives you an overview of different types of instructional resources. Right? I don't know if you were able to open it as yet.
No, and I don't know. There seems to be something wrong. I don't know if maybe it has to be sent through another medium. Not medium, but another type.
Okay. Well, what I will do, I will resend it later on.
Okay.
I find the word, because that one was a PDF.
Right.
Right. So let me just look at it and just tell you. It speaks about the importance of historical resources. It gives a definition, although I've given it to you up before. It looks at written sources, for example, the newspaper.
Yeah.
Autobiographies. And when you read these, you will get a sense of, what are the strengths and weaknesses of these sources and when do you use them? Right? Okay. Because some topics will lend themselves to some things more than others. And it's just for you to know what to use. All right? So the ones that we will do are political cartoons and we look at textbooks, because as I said to you last week, textbooks are not used appropriately in many cases. We look at any historical fiction, which is 65, and then from the list of resources, you are going to select which it is you're going to be using for your presentation, which is next week Friday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you said political cartoons, historical fiction. What's the third one, Dr. McCallum?
Textbooks.
Okay, right, yes.
Those are the ones that we will look at in the course. But the others, normally, when we have a big group, I share them up and people will take various types and we will do them.
Right.
Because it's you alone. The fact is that what you've learned about what it is you do when you select a resource, you will be able to do the others. All right?
Okay.
So I'm going to suggest to you that you can look at the historical film or the documentary and one other, maybe pictures to use for your presentation. Just to widen your field.
Okay.
All right. And if Daniel is going to join the class, well, I will ask her to do maybe maps or something else. All right.
All right then.
Okay, so I'm going to take this off now.
Okay.
Some of these things you would have had from the last time, from the other course, different type of primary sources. Right. Okay, and I'm going to go for the other slide. What's this? All right. Let me just find which it is I'm going to be using now. This one. This computer is very slow, Anita.
Okay.
It takes long for things to move. All right, let me see if I can get back. You're not seeing this, are you?
No, I'm not.
Well, let me see if I can get back to the sharing without calling anybody. I'm going to call somebody next thing I disconnect us. Oh gosh. I don't want to click on anything and then it disappear. I know there's a little X there. You see me? You seeing anything? Okay.
Just you, Dr. McCallum.
All right. Are you seeing the screen?
Yeah, yes, now I am.
All right.
Instructional goals. Okay.
So, preparing to teach World War I.
World War I. Yes.
All right. Give me a clap. I did this on my own.
Very good.
All right. So I'm going to go to slideshow. And so what I'm doing now is to explain to you. This is what I call demonstration teaching.
Okay.
In the sense that I am using a topic that is in the syllabus to sort of illustrate the process involved in preparing any topic in history to teach, but with this particular syllabus in mind. All right? So it is World War I. So as I look at World War I want you to do the same. Is there any particular topic that you like and which you can teach off the top of your head without, I mean, just for the sake of being able to follow what I'm doing, that you can teach without having to go to the text right now, since you might not have them in front of you?
From this unit,
Any topic in history.
I want to say the French Revolution, but I think I'm a little hazy on some details.
The French Revolution? Okay, but think about something in Caribbean history then, no?
Oh, in Caribbean history.
Anything. Not thinking of anything?
You said Caribbean history. Sorry, I was being distracted, Dr. McCallum. 1 second.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, Dr. McCallum, my son was distracting a bit. So you were saying from Caribbean history, think of any one topic. Well, let's just start with Columbus, the arrival of the Europeans. Anything.
No, man, Anita. Columbus? We're tired of Columbus. Think of something else. Nothing else?
I realized I was on mute. Sorry. I was talking on mute. The slave trade, emancipation, post-emancipation. I don't know. Dr. McCallum, you choose.
Me? All right. What about the how much do you know about the free village?
To teach a lesson right now?
No, you wouldn't be teaching a lesson, but you'd be doing the same thing. That the questions I'm asking here are the same question I would like you to ask for that topic.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. All right then, Dr. McCallum.
So you know enough about the free village movement or the post-emancipation movement of people from the estates? or immigration, which?
I guess the free village, I guess.
Okay. All right, so these are the questions I'm asking. I'm going through my slide, but I want you to do the same for that topic as far as you can. Remember, this is not something that you would have planned for, right? So it's just to take you through the steps. You might have been planning your lessons in a different way, but I'm wanting you to see if you can just walk with me down this road. So I'm preparing to teach World War I, 1914 to 1917. We always must delineate our topic. We must establish the parameters. What are the periods that we're looking at? Or what is the time frame that we're looking at? Okay? So the first question is, what areas of content should the teacher become familiar with in order to teach this topic effectively? You can answer this, but you can also answer it in relation to the topic you have selected. Right?
Okay. What areas of content should the teacher become familiar with in order to teach? Okay.
And then the next one is, how should the content be reflected in the objectives? What teaching method and instruction resource? What key concept? Just look at them to see which you can answer within reason in the here and now. Follow?
Yes, I have one. I'm reading the last one. 1 second. What key concepts, skills, and enduring?
Enduring understandings. And we will look at what that means. So I'm going to allow you to just do that.
And so you say I should answer all of these questions for the free village?
Within reason, if you think you can. The point, what I'm trying to illustrate is that when you're preparing to teach a topic, if you're going to teach that topic with any meaningfulness, are the things that you should have in front of you.
Okay.
Because very often we plan and our planning is not thorough enough to deal with the topic in a way that when the students leave your classroom, they should be joyfully exhausted.
Okay.
So see what you can do with that.
Okay. Hello, Dr. McCallum.
I'm just
What do
checking
you
to see
think?
if you're okay.
No, I'm quite sure I'm not understanding what I'm to do.
Okay.
I switched the topic, by the way, to immigrants, or indentured laborers and indentured laborers. I switched the topic.
Okay, all
But,
right. What areas of
and
content
then,
did the teacher become
oh,
familiar with?
I'm not hearing you. Hold on one second, Dr. McCallum. I'm not hearing you clearly. Let me try to. Yes, Dr. McCallum. Now, in answering number one, I had to say what question, but I was trying to answer all. In answering number one, where it says, what areas of content should the teacher become familiar with in order to teach this topic effectively?
Right.
I'm not sure if I understood that because I would imagine as much as possible, but I said the teacher should be familiar with the conditions that give rise to the need for immigrants and indentured laborers. I have also the major sources of immigrant labor in terms of the countries where they came from.
Yes.
And then I have countries where they settled or where they were brought to. But then I'm staring at number two, and it says, how should the content be reflected in the objectives for the topic? I don't really understand the question.
Okay. It means that for you to write effective lesson objectives, you must know the content. So
right.
Based on those, what you have is very correct. Based on those, what would those objectives be? Because objectives will be guiding the teaching.
Right.
Right? So can you think, I expect that you know how to write objectives now.
You mean from Mrs. Francis' course?
Yes.
Oh no, Dr. McCallum, we haven't covered much in that course at all, you know. I would be reflecting on what I've been doing as a teacher.
Okay. You didn't look at how to write lesson objectives?
No, we have done very little at all because remember, we never had any meetings at all, except that one on Skype because she never was able to get into Zoom. And I was always the only person in the class without a teacher, in other words.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, but you probably have to do that course over.
But because what she's trying to do now is to find in teaching time with me in between your course now for us to do it. So while I'm working on her assignments and the work that she has given me, I have reading material though, which I got from the virtual learning environment.
Okay. All right. Because remember what I said to you, this course is the nature of this course is built on that course and the nature of history. Right?
Okay.
So when students come into this course, because it's a final year course which takes place in the final semester, when they come in, I expect them to be well seasoned. You know, when you're seasoning meat good? Right. I expect them to be well seasoned so they jump with these things. Right?
Oh no, I only have salt then, Dr. McCallum.
Okay. Well, salt is a good starting point. It preserves the meat. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm going to I'm going to see if I can find some additional information to send to you because I teach this course as well. But
okay.
In the summer, I couldn't teach all of them.
Right.
You know, I can send you some information. But what I'm saying to you here is that when you write objectives, you're really writing objectives to guide. I think that we did a bit of that in the assessment course, right?
Okay.
Objectives are supposed to guide instruction. They're supposed to reflect the content of instruction. The objectives are supposed to help students to know what they're to study, right? So, and objectives are, importantly, they are written using verbs, action verbs.
Right.
And there are two main features of objectives, or two critical components that must be present in every objective. It must be written using an action verb, and it must reflect the content. So, for example, if you're looking on the indentured not the indentured servants, we're looking on the immigrants.
Right.
One of your objectives, the very simple objective, because we start from simple and we move down, Identify the places from which they came, right? Identify
Right.
being the verb.
The verb.
Right. So we look at identify the places from which they came in Europe and Asia from which they came. You explain, which is a verb, the factors which led to their migration to the Caribbean.
Right.
That the traditional push factors. What were the things happening in their country that would make them want to leave? And
Right.
also explain the factors which caused them to come to the Caribbean. They were promised wages, they were promised this, they were promised that. And then move on from there to examine now the conditions under which they worked, or examine the nature of the contracts that they signed, and to probably evaluate or to analyze or to assess the contributions of the immigrants to the Caribbean, or if you specify in a particular area like Jamaica or British Guyana or Trinidad or the St. Lucia or anywhere in the island. So those are the things that you would be writing. But before you can write objectives which are meaningful, you have to know the content.
Right.
Okay? So that is what we mean by that. Right? So the next one now will be what teaching methods and resource will enable the students to achieve the intended instructional outcomes. So everything revolves around the objectives, you know. But the objective cannot be written until the content is quite clear. Okay? So we have teaching methods grouped in basically 3-4 big categories, and then we identify the teaching strategies rather, and then we identify the associated method. So the strategy would be the overarching approach. So if we say we're using presentation strategies, teaching method associated with that would be like lecturing. All right? Anything that will cause the person who is doing the teaching to basically do it in a sort of a teacher-centered type of a way, right? Because the strategy is called presentation.
Right.
If you have another one that is called indirect strategy, it means that the teacher is also involved in the instruction, but the teacher has provided several opportunities for students to be doing the work and to be engaged in finding out. So it's not the teacher who will be there talking all the time and doing all the work. The teacher will be providing a sort of a scaffold. The teacher will be guiding the process, but the teacher will be setting up the stage for students to be doing a lot of work on their own. Then you have methods which are called interaction type strategies, and this includes getting students to interact among themselves in a very deep way. So you would put them in groups, small groups, mainly small groups like groups of 6, or you use other small groups like brainstorming and buzzing and so on to get students to work together. So all of these strategies have their associated methods. So those I have to make a list of the things I will send to you, because I was taken for granted that you would have had all of that. Okay? And the resource now, based on the nature of the content, this is where you will decide whether or not the resource should be a newspaper clipping. Should it be an autobiography? Should it be an eyewitness's account? Should it be this? Should it be that? Right? So like if you're doing a topic like World War I, you know that at least for us in Jamaica, our Gleaner, our main newspaper was around from 1838. So we would get serious primary information from the Gleaner. So like that, in fact, any topic like that, the Gleaners or the newspaper is where you would go to. Because remember, the newspaper is the only contemporary primary source. It is
Right.
temporary for all time and in all places. So what is happening today is documented in our newspaper, and that will be there for the persons coming after us.
Right.
Right? So, and then if you're studying an individual, it means that you might want to use an autobiographical account. Or you might want to use a biography. That is when somebody writes about the person.
Right.
Right? If you're, so for example, autobiographies would be good for the study of my Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi.
Oh, yes.
Right? So this is what I'm saying to you. Depending on the topic, you will have a sense of the resource that you're going to be using.
Right.
Right? You use diaries depending on the topic again, because women are more known to write diaries than men.
Oh, yes.
So it depends on the topic that you're doing. Diaries might come in handy, or minutes of meeting, depend again on the topic that the type of history that you're writing.
Right.
That is why it is important to know these sources and know when to use them. The political cartoon now, you'll find, cartoons are everywhere.
Yes.
And they're called political because they are always commentary on the social, political environment of any country. And because they tend to have a very, a type of not caustic really, but they tend to have a type of interpretation of what's going on. It's a sort of it's like a cynical look at what is going on in society, but they help to capture a particular perspective that maybe others don't have of a particular situation. So these are the things that they will use, like if you're doing World War I, if you're doing World War II, because you have cartoons abound of what happened during those periods. Also, posters. A lot of posters were used as propaganda in the Nazi era or World War I and II, when they use it to recruit potential soldiers. You see not cartoons, posters showing you how good it is to fight for your country. It's just a matter of knowing what to use when. All right, so we will, and then the last one now is important, the concept. From the topic, what are the concepts and the skills that students should leave that topic with? And what enduring understanding? Enduring understanding relates now to the nature of history as a discipline and how it is that the student will leave your lesson on a particular topic with a particular type of understanding of the past. Right? So this last one is keyed into the nature of history. Right? Not the content so much as conceptual understanding, the development of historical skills, and enduring understanding. It's sort of peculiar. This term is peculiar to the disciplines. So enduring understanding for physics is telling you exactly what physics is about and how the different topics will contribute collectively to students having a really decent understanding of the subject. All right? So enduring understanding for history would simply mean, you've done this topic. Students move away understanding that, history is really based on what historians tell us. Since we weren't there, and what we're doing is reading their interpretation. So they leave getting a sense that what they know is what historians have decided to tell them. Right?
Okay.
So and they know whatever it is that is peculiar to the particular topic. Right? So that's what that means. Now, this means what it says, review. So I'm going to skip it because this is something that you just did. But I'm going to skip at another one that I want you to make a note on. Look at that. These you know already, Anita, based on what we have done, but I put them there in particular because I believe that if teachers place some more emphasis on these procedural concepts as they teach, and if they teach for them in an explicit way, students will come away with a different type of understanding of history. Right?
Okay.
So students just have to be familiar with these concepts. You're doing X topic. What do you think is the historical significance of this topic? Why are we doing this topic?
Okay.
Right? Let them tell you what they think historical significance means. Right? What is significant for them? If they were to say, one of these days you must ask your students, write down 10 topics or 10 events in St. Lucian history that you think are significant, and put them in order.
Okay.
Put them in order of significance and have them explain to you why they have put it in the order they have put it. And that exercise alone will open their minds to how historians decide what is significant. Right? Okay. So that's a very important activity for them to do. You might find them saying that their birth was the most significant. Right? So it shows you too that historians have an interest. And what is significant to one historian might not be significant to another. Right? So there are certain topics in, you know, there are certain topics that we study from primary school straight into university. And we just can't study those topics. Why are some things more pronounced? They're everywhere and anywhere, and others barely make it into the books. Right? So these are the questions we ask our students. Historical interpretation. You read a passage from a book, and then somebody will stand up and read another passage from another book. And you say to the students, are these two people speaking about the same event? So that is the type of interaction that should happen in the classroom. Right? This thing says my internet connection is unstable.
Yeah, so it's
right, so I put this there for you to get a sense of how these concepts, which they call second order concept because they lie beneath the surface of the subject. They're not pulled out really because teachers are focused on the substantive concepts like the war and this and the that. So these get shoved in a very in a particular way that nobody pays attention to them. Right? But if they are brought out in a more explicit way, students will begin to pay attention to them. They will begin to understand that understanding causation is important because everything in history that you do is dealing with cause and consequence. Right? History is about continuity, but it is more so about change. From one period to the next, one era to the next, it's about change. And then how historians write, they are better able to understand the past if they can engage in empathetic thinking, which is think in the way they believe those people must be thinking. All right? So those are the concepts that I would like you to keep in mind as we go. Now I'm going to the content aspect of it now. So this is my segue into this illustrative teaching. If you're going to teach about World War I, these would be the things that you would need to know in order to teach it well. And I have them just summarized in that way because I'm not actually teaching the war, but teaching what it is that constitutes the knowledge that teachers should teach. And as you look at this, it is beginning to tell you what it is. You can look at it and some ideas should be coming to your mind as to how you're going to teach concepts, The resources, I look at all of these. Okay, number, looking at number 5, just off the bat, I'm going to number 5 for deliberately. What resource comes to your mind that you think would be needed to teach that aspect of this topic?
The assassination of Sarajevo. I think newspaper articles from that time as well would be a good resource.
A newspaper article, but also a picture, because you have several illustrations of the Archduke and his wife when they were driving through the streets, and when the Bosnian Serb came up to them and shot them, and the story surrounding how he came to shoot them, because this was his second attempt.
Okay, yeah.
Right? So just looking at the content area that you need to teach, give you an idea of the resources you want to. Which of the numbers 1 to 6 is suggested that you need a map?
I would say number 4.
Number 4. And which other one?
Number 1, I would say for sure.
Well, yes, you have, because what you do, you have maps showing Europe before and after the war. But what about number 2? Wouldn't you need a map of Africa to show the scramble?
Oh, yes.
Right.
An empire building, definitely.
Yes, because this is actually, many historians argue that it's like in the second expansion of Europe, they call it, when the Europeans were looking for new colonies. It's like Africa was a testing ground for the new weapons they were developing, right? So they scrambled for Africa and they met in Africa and they fought and they fought and they fought. But that was them testing out their new weapons of warfare. So it's good to see what Africa looked like before the Europeans started to chunk it up, and what it looks like after, because the literature tells us that how they divided up Africa was basically not according to boundaries and natural features like mountains or rivers or anything like that. But it's simply like having a map on a table and just dividing it up. Right? And this is why you had so many intertribal issues, because tribes were separated by the movement of a pen. And so you have tribes or groups living in different countries belonging to the same group. So this will definitely need a map. Okay? And it speaks to the background knowledge that the teacher should have as well. Or when the teacher is preparing, you can't just prepare to teach World War I without knowing all of the things that preceded it. Right? So it's important that you don't just prepare for the thing, but prepare for the other things surrounding it, so that you can be ready to answer questions students might ask. This is a continuation. So it shows you the depth of knowledge that you would need to take to this topic, right? In point form, I have them. So included in this would be how the alliance system that they had formed was transformed into opposing faction when the war started. So what we had as the alliance system became the allied powers and the central powers. And the different members in each group. So this entails a lot of activities on the students' part. World War I as an industrialized war. My history students would be looking at the different weapons of war that were built, and who built what. Because in this war, it was a matter of Britain built this, then Germany built it to counteract it, then Britain built something to counteract what Germany built, and that was how it was. Right? So
Right.
there's a lot of things for students to do. What do you mean by war or stalemate? So these are concepts students will have to understand. Why did the United States enter the same year the war ended? What was the reason for its entry? The consequences. You notice we have the consequences. So we're looking there now at the procedural concept, how the war began, and then what the consequences were. So this is just a snapshot of the different knowledge that the teacher would have to bring to it. But in mapping it out in this way, you will also get an idea of what it is or what aspect of the topic the students will be doing. Right?
Right.
So those are the decisions you make when you map out the topic in this way. Trust me. Now, I want to know, Anita, I know you might be tired and we'll soon be finished. We have 20 minutes to go. Because we finish at 5, right?
Yes, 6 my time, yeah.
Your time, right. So, this is concept. Remember, we look at concept teaching. So the concept this time will be war. Can you do this for me, please?
For the World War One, the one you just did?
Right, so you're going to do, let us see if we can do a concept teaching for war. Right. Remember that by the time you have done this with the students twice, they should be able to do this thing on their own.
Okay. So that's what we did last week as well, Dr. McCallum.
Huh?
I said that's the example we did last week as well.
Yeah, this is the format, this is the steps for concept teaching. But last week we did revolution, I think.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that when you use it with your students, after a while you don't have to teach it anymore because they should be able to follow this step, this framework for understanding concepts. And having done this, you go through it with them and you would have taught them a skill.
Right.
Right.
Dr. McCallum, are you there?
Yes, Anita.
So it's not World War One, but war is the concept we're looking at.
War, right, war.
Oh, okay.
War.
All right then.
Yes. Okay, Anita?
Almost there.
Okay. That the next time I give this to you, you will have it done in a minute now.
I think so.
It looks as if somebody has done it. It's not grayed out at all. It's not grayed out like complete setup. So it seems as if somebody has gone and clicked on that. No. I just finished the last one, but the note that I have, where is that? Where is that? Where is finalized? Wait, let me go back to. But I just came out of the unit 2 where I did the last one. Go ahead. What am I looking for? I'm on a different page. No, I'm in classification. All I see is marketing, finalized, complete setup. Yeah, but marketing finalized is not pickable. Or complete, click on complete setup? No, because I'm not seeing that. Hold on, just a hold on. Finish, Anita?
Yes, I think so.
All right, let me hear it.
Now, Dr. McCallum, I realize now we have different types of war. Now we have Cold War and all of those.
Yes.
That kind of confused me, but I was referring to the military type, though.
Right. The Cold War was ideological.
I'm sorry?
The Cold War was ideological.
Oh, I'm not hearing what you're saying, though.
Oh, okay. The Cold War was ideological.
Oh, ideological. Yes.
Ideas. So we're talking about the combat type.
All right.
Okay.
So I have as the concept war, the critical attributes, opposing groups, and when I say groups, I also have countries, nations. I have military forces, weaponry, violence, the critical attributes, and large scale. In other words, can't be something small. Then the non-critical attributes, that's where I paused a bit. I have the place or the period.
That's about. Look at the things you identified a while ago, the critical attributes.
Right.
And just remind me of some of them.
I said large scale, opposing groups.
Okay, does it have
military forces?
Does it have to be large scale? Remember, it has to apply to war at all time in all places. So you can have large scale war like a world war, but you can have a localized war, a civil war, you know? So it is those, it is those words in front of war that will qualify it.
Okay.
Right? So
I was trying to differentiate it from a riot or that type of thing.
Okay, okay. Just give me a minute there.
Sure.
Just a minute. Hello. Yes, Anita, you can continue.
Yes. Oops. Where was I? So I said the non-critical attributes is what I mentioned. The place or the period.
Right. All right, that will do for now.
Yeah, that's all I have. And then for the definition of the concept, I went back to a large scale or sizable conflict between opposing groups using military forces or weapons. And the non-examples I have riots, I have treaties, and I have revolution as non-examples.
Right. Why treaty though?
Because a treaty can bring about a change without involving violence. So, I don't know. Okay, I see why you.
Yeah, it has to be something similar to.
Okay.
Right. The idea is to get our students to distinguish between concepts that normally cause problems for them.
Okay, I see.
Right. So it would have to be other similar type events. But the concept teaching will help them to differentiate among and between them. So
right, okay.
Rebellion, revolution, so on.
Right, I get your point.
Right. So what you could do now, the treaty would come in with other similar type agreements, protocols, those other things, a pact,
right.
Those other things, right? So examples now.
I chose the big ones like World War One as escalator, and I did World War One and World War Two. I didn't look for any other examples.
Whole heap of others. So.
Oh yes, wars in Europe and etc.
So the students now would be able to, for all those examples, students will be able to see how the definition fits with them. Right?
Right.
Civil War in America, these are now groups.
Yes, American War of Independence.
Right. And so they'll be able now to see how it is. It's a war, but why it's called a civil war. Or it's a war and why it's called an ethnic war. Things like that. Anita, I'm very busy today with CFC. Just hold on a minute here.
Okay.
All right. Yes. Hello? Okay, Anita. I have to beg your pardon for this. It's some sexy thing that I am trying to complete.
Okay.
So, all right. So, what we just said a while ago, what was the last point? Who did? You or me?
You did. You said something. I can't remember. I think we were looking at the non-examples, and that's where we stopped.
All right. So we didn't do. Did we do the non-examples?
Yes, we mentioned rebellion, revolution. I mentioned a treaty, and you corrected me.
Okay, very good. So that's it. So the next time I probably should give a little test on this. With a little mark. All right. So you see why the practice is important. Because
yes.
after a while you will get the gist. All right. So I'm going to show you what I have.
Oh, okay.
Have a look at what I have. can make a note of those.
Yeah, but oh, okay. I thought you had listed the critical attributes. We didn't list the critical attributes. No.
Because this was really designed for you to think, for the students to think. But
Oh, okay.
you got them. You got them. Remember, this is the second activity, you know, so I didn't think I needed to do that.
Okay, yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
So notice number 3. Notice what he said there.
A war is not defined by the time it takes place, the country where it happens, its duration, or the gender. Oh yes, gender is a good one, of the people involved.
Right. So remember when you gave me the critical attributes and you were giving me the non-critical, I asked you to remind me of the critical attributes, because you can use those to see what are the important things that make a concept a concept.
Right.
Important thing that makes the concept, but what are the things that are non-critical but are still a part of the meaning? Because a war involves people.
Oh yes.
And a war has to take place somewhere. Right? But it doesn't matter where it takes place. If it has the component of what is a war, it is a war. All right, so that's the important thing you want to include there. And then you define the concept and you provide examples. So you've done well right there. Okay. I just want to show you 2 more things before we wrap up.
Okay.
So this is what I would expect you to do for the topic that you're going to be teaching. So these are the key concepts now. As a teacher, you would identify them for the students, or as you go from one topic to the next, you let them identify the concept themselves so that they will build that glossary. So as a teacher preparing this topic, these are the concepts that you will be teaching, and you identify them, and some of them you can teach by concept teaching. So for example, I would have the students do a concept teaching graph like the one we did of imperialism and nationalism. You did war, so it's like you would be illustrating the method by doing one. And you could have them do imperialism, nationalism, and give them a little grade for it if you wish. You know? But there are others now that you can only simply define because of the nature of the concept. So like triple alliance and triple entente, these are concepts that you only meet at one time for a particular topic.
Okay.
It's not something that will lend itself to the type of concept teaching that we're speaking about.
Definitely.
Right? So this is how I would like you to see the planning for teaching.
Okay.
In this particular way. All right? And then now the last slide I'm going to show you is how to write the goals for the topic. And I'm basing it off what is required for the CAPE. CAPE only requires the students to do cause and consequences. You notice? So it's based on 2 of those procedural concepts, cause and consequences. So what I have here now are goal statements or general objectives, so they don't start with action verbs. They're verbs, yes, but they're verbs that you can't see students do. These you would have to break down further. All right, and that is what you do with goals. You break them down further, but the goals represent a long-term plan for the topic. What will happen at the end of it, or the unit. So have a look at it, and that's the last thing for today. So at the end of the unit, students should understand.
And where would these goals be recorded, Dr. McCallum?
In your unit plan.
Oh, okay.
You have two types of plan. You have the unit plan within which the lesson plan will come.
Okay.
The unit is the overarching planning document. So
Mm-hmm.
in there, you would identify the goal. The goal of this unit is to blah, 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 blah. And then you use the same goal statement. You break those down to give you the lesson topics.
Okay, yes.
For the lesson topics now, you will have your objectives. But you can also have an overarching goal statement for a lesson. You understand? Because if you know what the lesson is about, you could say the goal for this lesson is so and so. But then you have a specific objective that will work toward achieving that goal.
Right.
Okay. All right. So we just have a small part to finish here, just to look at the possible resources that we could use to teach this, and the teaching methods, and then we'll be on our way. All right. So by next week, this time you'll be doing your presentation, but remember that is only a small part of the class. So I can either let you do it first and continue with the lesson, or do the lesson and do the whatever, however you want to do it. But so I want you to have a look at this and begin to think of the topic from the syllabus that you would like to select for your presentation next week Friday. That's the first assignment.
So that presentation is where I have my students,
No,
Dr. McCallum?
No, it's a presentation that you're going to do for me. I am a student.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay.
Yes, I'm a student. So
where will I get more information on that presentation? What is required of me?
I'm going to send you all of the assignments. So that is assignment number 1. So the assignment sheet will just give you the instruction.
Oh, all right then.
All right?
Yes, Dr. McCallum.
So take care and thank you for staying on board from 12 to now. With a little interruption, but I think we managed to get what we wanted to get done today.
Yes, Dr. McCallum.
All right, thank you.
Enjoy your evening. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.